Oh, really? That's exciting. Let's start.
I'm ready! I'm ready! I forgot something! Now I'm really ready!
Oh, the hat!
Woo! I'm so excited!
Let me turn it up.
Excited to go to Glove World! I better meet up with Patrick before he forgets what day it is. Or who I am.
Oh. How cute. It does look really good. I'm impressed.
Good
I thought that was
morning,
plankton.
Care Bear. I'm glad to see you and Spot doing something for the environment. It's not waste if you don't waste it. No.
It's like either really loud or really quiet. Oh, my bot's not on. Thank you, Sauce. Okay, should be on now. Yeah, literally, I was about to say, who the fuck is Spot? Is he like Gary's little playmate? Like, it looks like a plankton. I literally thought this was plankton. But sure.
No, not you. Not today.
What did I do?
This day will be about relaxation and inspiration. I am not to be disturbed on my precious day off. I will spend it with the love of my life. Myself. And my art, of course.
So real.
Sounds fun. Can I help?
For this, I need you to get something very important.
He's painting
for
bold
me.
and brash.
Go away.
More like belongs in the trash. Gary, please. Okay, we go get Patrick.
Come back after my alarm goes off. I'm on a tight beauty sleep schedule.
Oh, hey, Karen.
I wouldn't bother going that way if I were you, SpongeBob. Big traffic jam blocking the road up ahead.
What? Then how is everyone enjoying food at the Krusty Krab?
Hey, Lopney.
They aren't. See for yourself.
I'm stuck here with the owners of rivaling restaurants, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab.
Seems like a perfect opportunity to start a documentary about Bikini Bottom's best restaurant.
Good idea. A movie about how delicious the Chum Bucket is would rake in millions.
Okay. Sorry. Fixing my chair.
Hey, you know I'm at the Krusty Krab. Nobody goes to the Chum Bucket unless it's asked for directions away from it.
Anyway, officials are still investigating where the nails that caused this chaotic collision came from.
Maybe Mr. Krabs can help find the culprit.
Hey, Max.
He did have a truck full of nails delivered the other day.
Okay.
He must know a lot about nails.
Thank you, Lopney. Oh, it's a cute little animation. I want to explore more, though. How are you on this fine morning? I'm good. I just made a coffee.
You ever get the sense you're being controlled by a higher power? Or like some kid?
Push her off.
Howdy, SpongeBob! You're up earlier than an insomniac rooster.
Hi, Skinny. Welcome in.
Morning karate?
Love to, but we'll have to put some padding on that one, Sandy. Patrick and I are about to have the best day ever at Glove World. Do you want to come?
Thanks, but you ain't putting no glove on this squirrel. I'd rather seek the thrill of toning exercises and rubber duckies. But if you got a little time to spare, I could use your help hauling out some old junk from my yard.
Anything for you, Sandy. I'm ready to haul. Y'all.
Oh my god, they brought back these guys from the first game.
Did I get smaller or did these tikis get bigger?
Oh.
This girl with the headphones is so gender.
Ouch!
Sorry. This is the new SpongeBob game, yeah, Beyonce.
Great job, SpongeBob! My yard's looking fine as fur on a frog. Thanks for your help, and have fun with Patrick.
Huh. I wonder who's at fault here. Probably that guy.
I love that they have so many, like, niche references to the show. Like, that kid over there. Like, this one, he was in the... That kid right there with the baseball hat, he was in one of the episodes I remember. The nurse at the nursing home was in an episode. I like that they already made a reference to, like, Glove World, which is cute. Like, lots of, like, niche references for longtime viewers of the show. But it also has the mix of the new. It's cute. What's wrong?
I'm hungry and confused. Mommy! Ow!
Pearl's wig.
Hi, Pearl. And how are you on this beautiful day?
Oh, SpongeBob! Didn't you hear? It's a tragedy! There's a huge sale at the mall today, but because of this stupid traffic jam, none of the buses can get me there!
She's so real.
That is a tragedy. Well, the bus to Glove World is still running. You could join me and Patrick there instead.
Thanks, but I have a social status to uphold. You have fun without me, SpongeBob! How could this happen to me? Why is my life, like, such a tragedy?
They also got all the voice actors to do this, it looks or sounds like, so that's exciting and fun. I'm actually gonna go get a cold drink because this drink I'm drinking isn't cold, so I will be 2 seconds. With all of these niche references, there's no way Mrs. Puff isn't in this. Like, I will be shocked. Oh, literally. My leg! Crimson, thank you for gifting a sub. Okay. Oh, move Move my boobies. Educational television! Put this vitamin water here. Perfect. What was that? That was so loud. Must have been a glitch.
My beloved Bikini Bottom, the most perfectly perfect place in the entire universe. Good morning, best friend. Are you ready for a lovely adventure?
I have a question for you, as long as it's appropriate.
What am I? I stayed up all night pretending I had hands.
An eternity later.
Look, Patrick. Cool kids. Hi. I wish I could do cool things.
This wagon just ominously appeared out of nowhere?
Oh, thank you, Lockney.
Nah, still not cool enough. Huh? Can I have this?
What, this old piece
Oh,
of
serve.
magic and mystery? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Madame Cassandra, purveyor of long-lost treasures of the Seven Seas.
Okay,
For those on a
Queen.
budget.
Do you have an Adam's apple?
Magic
Yeah, it's right
bubble
here.
Soap.
Also right
Breathe
here.
life into your dreams. They say with this unique bubble maker thingy, you can become whoever you want to be. Receive whatever you want to have. Just bubble your wish into the
So
heavens.
boring. Anyways.
Not that it ever worked for me.
Our heterochromia is studying.
2 hours later.
I wish? No. I wish? No. I wish...
Balloons!
Okay, my first wish is on behalf of my very best friend who loves balloons. I wish for Patrick to have the biggest, ballooniest adventure of his life.
Patrick's gonna get big balloons? Oh, wow.
Balloons! Is it too much to ask for just one day of peace and quiet? How am I supposed to paint my newest masterpiece with you two clowns constantly giggling in my ears?
I wish that Squidward will finally be appreciated for his art.
Oh.
What are you two up to?
Wait for it. I wish for the whole world to see how amazing Sandy is.
Thanks, SpongeBob! Nifty bubble!
3 hours later.
SpongeBob, what does it mean when it says, only those of innocent heart may harness the power of the mermaid tears?
I guess it means I was destined to find this bubble soap.
Hey, wait. It also says, property of King Neptune.
Safety.
Not for use by mortals. Use sparingly and with caution. Uh-oh.
People are dying! Girl! Oh, wow. Everybody died. Girl, everybody just fucking died.
Oh no, Patrick! What have we done?
He's a balloon! Oh, that's
Who would
funny!
have thought that a magic potion from a mysterious fortune teller in a sketchy wagon could backfire?
Yes, it was utterly unforeseeable. Wait a second! Patrick, you're a balloon!
I wish. if I were a balloon, I'd be able to do cool stuff like this, and this, and this. Good morning, Krusty Krab.
That was perfectly timed.
See, SpongeBob? Oh, I am a balloon. That's probably why I've been feeling so bloated lately.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. It's okay. I wish it auto advanced. Is that an option? Patrick's a little guy. He's a little balloon guy.
Squidward is such an even-tempered fella, or he might get upset about this.
Girl, there's a dead guy right there. You see that? I think that's a little concerning. Who splooged all over Squidward's house? Sorry. That's what it looks like.
My rock! My beautiful giant rock! All that's left are my... Oh no! My giant sticky notes are gone too! Now how am I going to remind myself to buy more giant sticky notes?
Don't worry, Patrick. I'm sure those sticky notes are around here somewhere. Or there. Or over there.
We'll find those sticky notes, Patrick.
Ouch. Looks pretty broken.
Wait a minute. Maybe all this craziness is from one of Sandy's experiments gone wrong. I bet it's all her fault.
I don't think so, Patrick. Sandy's experiments always leave the smell of acorns in the air. All I smell around here is sponge breath and bubble soap.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
Oh.
Weird. Sandy's house feels wetter than usual.
I think we might need to find the top half still.
Hey, MSK. Could you imagine if it crushed Patrick? That'd be funny. Patrick. This is a collectathon, you know. I'm gonna be adventuring all the crevices.
Ouch! Ouch!
We got a pizza. You can glide now? Oh wow, quite the upgrade. Whee!
Yoink.
What the?
No, not the Krusty Krab! What will the brave people of Bikini Bottom eat now? And without Mr. Krabs, who will help them unburden their wallets? I need to fix this!
The Krusty Krab!
Take your wobbly hand off of me. I'm too smart to end like this.
There's dodging? Oh wow. Okay, increase to mechanics.
Dibble dabble do ya.
You
Oh, wow.
multicellular idiots. Thanks to you, all of Bikini Bottom is sunk into chaos. My restaurant is tipped over, and our poor little spot is missing. You could have at least involved me. That's like, you know, my thing.
Correct.
Oh no! Sorry, Plankton. We'll make things right again.
You have to fix this before someone besides me can take advantage of this chaos.
Correct.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is your hard drive skipping again?
Correct.
Yoo-hoo! Over here, my little blunders. My adorable cuties. You survived this calamity.
No, Madam Cassandra. We were just having fun, but we accidentally used too much of your magic bubble soap and destroyed Bikini Bottom. And now all of our friends are gone, and there's jelly everywhere, and... Well, I miss my Care Bear!
Oh, this is just too perfect. That's not just any jelly, SpongeBob. It's cosmic jelly, the glue of reality. Your bubble stravaganza must have blown holes through the universe, squeezing the jelly out and
This is
sucking your
very
friends into new
erotic.
and strange worlds.
That was gonna be my first guess.
You have to bring me as much of it as you can gather so I can study it and, help reverse the mess you've created. After all, I'm at least partially responsible, giving you such a powerful potion by accident.
Makes sense to me.
No questions here.
Excellent. Now jump into the portals that opened up all over
Wouldn't be the
town.
first time he lost
I can use
Gary.
some of the jelly to tailor
On
cosmic
yards.
costumes for you, each linked to one portal. The more jelly you bring, the more portals we can pass. Are
Cassandra
you
with a K,
ready?
not two T's. No.
I'm ready! Come on, let's save Bikini Bottom from the unintended yet devastating consequences of our own actions.
Oh, she's got a cat eye.
Find the portal that suits your costume. Once you have located your friends, you can use the magic bubble wand to return them home.
How fun! We get a costume for each world! That is such a cute little touch. Use the costume shop to purchase and equip SpongeBob's costumes. Unlock costumes by playing the story. Collecting doubloons. 2 gold doubloons. Someone donate a biddy. And completing side quests. Use the cosmic jelly to purchase and unlock new costumes and access the shop in the pause menu.
Oh, boys! You must feel awful about this, huh?
Yeehaw, SpongeBob.
Ooh, I look like some kind of pastoral cattle rancher.
If there's a name for something.
Hit the
like
music.
Owie.
What are these? Must be a new episode that I don't watch because the classics are a classic. Not Ethel K and SpongeBob. The Kim K photo shoot.
Yoink.
Yoink. Jellyfishing, jellyfishing, jellyfishing. We are in Texas. Dallas, Texas. I forgot I can glide. Yoink.
Wait, what's the point of a water tower?
I guess that's a tower that shows that you're underwater.
That's stupid. I can dig it.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Yeah, he said it. He said the line.
Meep.
Oh my god, it's the meeps. Meep. Meep, 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 meep.
One of our friends might be on the other side of this portal. Come on, Patrick. We have to rescue them. It's our friendship duty.
We go. Howdy, partner. I'm gonna talk in an accent this entire level. Mystery! It's Mystery! We know.
I have a strong feeling we're not in Bikini Bottom anymore.
This is so cute! What the hell? Oh my god, this is so fun! Mystery! Mystery! Wishna! Is that Plankton's cousin that can't read?
Sorry, partner. I'm looking for my pal, Mr. Krabs. About yay high, red, likes money.
Crab problem, eh? I reckon you're going to want to talk to the sheriff in Manta Fe.
I know, this game does bring me joy. It's really fun. Mr. Krabs is wanted! Mr. Krabs! The red-headed bandit! It's like that episode he got naked!
Phew, what a fun ride!
Yeah, let's get in line and ride it again. I don't get what Cassandra wants with this stuff. The only thing I make out of jelly is jelly sandwiches!
Patrick, Cassandra knows what she's doing. If she says bringing her jelly will help get our friends back, then bring her jelly we shall.
Yeah, we don't have to ask questions that she's very suspicious. I brought back these guys too, that's so cute. So what now? So actually, what now?
I've never seen a fish like this.
Oh.
A little dabble, do ya? Ouch!
I don't understand the jellyfish.
Huh? Oh!
What is it, SpongeBob? What do you see? Water? Soda? Is soda water? What do you see? Barnacles, it's so small! We'll never fit in there! Why do we have to be so big?
Oh, it's not small, Patrick.
It's not?
It's just very, very far away. We're safe, Patrick! It's
Mrs. Puff!
If anyone knows where Mr. Krabs is, it's her.
After her.
Let's catch up with her. She probably doesn't know us here, even though she knows us back home. Here we have to get to know her first, just like we got to know her the first time she got to know us back home, you know?
No.
No.
Pursue that paraphernalia! Ew.
We be collecting.
Now to go home and have the rest of that pasta.
She really did though. She said, I'm out of here. She had a whole carriage.
Sticky sweet.
Looks like it's true. Yeah, I saw that. It looks really cool. I'm
Maybe
excited
we
for
can
her to
take
be.
this path later, but who knows? Maybe not.
I got an award for doing that. Oh, that's funny. I was responding to my sister. Not even paying attention, and I'm clearing. Exactly.
Sticky sweet. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
What's this luggage doing in the middle of the desert?
I think it dropped from Mrs. Puff's carriage.
Is that where we were? Yeah, it was.
Order up!
Wow, they have a lot of like new mechanics. Oh. Oh, I wasn't on it. Please. I wish I had a promo code. Nintendo, give me a promo code. Or whoever, where you're gonna buy it. I'm playing this on PC, so. Oh, you can use it to attack people?
Bubbles away!
Haha! I know, I like that Patrick's like a little companion. It's really cute.
I feel like I've had several near-death experiences on this ranch before.
Yeah, it's the Wild West for you.
It's the Wild West for you.
Whoa, is that Mrs. Puff? What's she doing on a ranch?
I love ranch.
Wait, this is funny. It's like Mrs. Puff's driving school, but like in the Wild
Feeling better
West.
already.
That's
Howdy,
funny.
strangers. You came here by foot? That's awfully dangerous. You could dry out in a heartbeat. I get puffy just thinking about it.
Puffy, get it, Mrs. Puff?
I get puffy after eating stale food.
Hi, my name's SpongeBob, and this balloon is Patrick. We're looking for our friend, Mr. Krabs, but he might not be called Mr. Krabs. He could...
Oh, like Jeremy.
Or Petunia.
Or Captain Claus.
Or Ronaldo.
A crab without a name, huh? Try Manta Fe. It's where everyone without something ends up.
Could you give us a ride there?
This is a riding school, not a taxi service. However, if you take my test, you could get there yourself with your own riding license.
My very own license!
Whenever you're ready, meet me by the seahorse. We'll see if you can stay on it all the way to Manta Fe.
Oh my, Mrs. Puff. Our outfit is so serve. You better do it.
Mrs. Puff, I mean, teacher lady, I need to confess that I've been through this sort of thing before, and I'm not always the best test taker, so any chance we can skip this part?
Oh, nonsense, SpongeBob. A little rodeo never hurt anyone. Ready, set, and go!
The thing on the side. Oh, we have to see horse boost.
SpongeBob!
sticky sweet.
Well done, SpongeBob. You scored 35.7 points.
Oh my goodness.
Go around!
The little animations are really cute. I'm really impressed.
Keep on smashing!
A little dabble do ya?
A little dabble do ya.
SpongeBob, look out!
Oh my goodness, the train!
Gross. Don't make me call my insurance agent! All right, just keep jumping. Red usually means stop. Oh dear, you have 6 points. Out of 7.
Only 1 point away from passing! Yay! Oh, can we repeat the test? It was so much fun.
Oh no, that's not necessary. I didn't know you had fun. Fun is worth an extra point. Here's your license.
Thanks, partner! A license! Yeehaw!
SpongeBob!
Hey! Hold your horses!
I don't think she can.
This license only allows me to ride seahorses and seahorse-like animals, with the exception of... this doesn't say anything about boatmobiles. Well, once boatmobiles have been invented, I'll just have to take the test again.
So funny.
Yeehaw! We made it to Manta Fe, my floating friend.
My butt is killing me from all that riding you had to do.
Look, it's Sandy. I mean, it's the sheriff.
Now look what the snail dragged in. You may be yellow as mustard, but you got the bite.
Oh, don't bite. Too unsanitary. I'm looking for my friend, Mr. Krabs. Have you seen him? He's got big, beautiful eye stalks and tiny little legs.
I'm off duty for the dole, sweetie, but hey, if you can take me, I might look into your case. You in? Better get yourself a straw partner and make sure it sips straight. We're gonna have ourselves a nice little cactus soda showdown. There ain't a sea critter alive that can drink more soda than me. You're going down faster than a baby at nap time. Jelly bandits!
Gasp!
Order up!
They won't stop coming!
Ain't you fuller of surprises than my socks after a sandstorm, taking on them jelly bandits like that? Let's see what you're really made of. Grab your straw.
Skull!
Whoa!
Chug, 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 chug! Bottoms up! Cheers!
Doggone it, we're out of cactus soda. Ever since this red-handed bandits took over our cactus farms, we've been running low on supplies. Any chance you can go up to Cactus Hills and fetch some more cactus juice for us?
Don't you worry, Sheriff.
And Balloon Deputy Patrick.
Are on the case.
They're so cute. Oh! Oh shit! Oh, get it! Oh! Oh! Hit it! Oh! Oh! They fucking it up! Oh wow, can I join? How do we join?
Hey, cutie pie, care for a tune about the red-handed bandit?
The red-handed bandit? Do tell!
Oh, the cactus juice in Manta Fe made every day feel sunny, till an outlaw came a-riding through to make a little money. That vile, twisted, tight-fisted, red-handed bandit, he robbed us of our juice and left our barrels dry. That vile, twisted, tight-fisted, money-grubbing, land-lubbing, red-handed bandit.
Okay.
This red-handed bandit sounds like one.
Okay, Miss
bad
Ariana
thing.
on the vocals.
Don't worry, lady. We'll find more cactus juice and bring it back to Manta
Stay
Fe.
super freaky. Have great vagina. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Oh, there's some stuff up here we have to take care
Ooh,
of.
jelly.
Ouch! Hey, that was my hiding barrel.
Where are you hiding?
Sticky sweet.
Well, I want to get rid of these guys. So I think...
Ooh,
No.
more jelly.
Easy.
Nothing scarier than jelly bandits, except maybe vampires and public speaking.
She's so real for that. You know what? You're so correct. Oh, hey, it's that one guy.
Ouch!
I don't like cactuses. They're not even pretty.
Don't worry, Patrick. We'll be out of here as soon as we find more cactus juice.
Uh-oh. Looks like it wants to duel.
Gotcha.
Maybe that kind of familiar-looking gentleman can point us in the right direction. Howdy, sir. I'm SpongeBob SquarePants. Have we met before?
Hey, cowboy. Sorry, you don't ring any bells. But I couldn't help but overhear you talking about entering the cactus beverage business. That demands a strong spine. I suggest hiring a consultant to guide you. For a wee share of, 70%, I'll tell you where to find the cacti with the most refreshing sap. Folks pay insane amounts of money for 'em, since the shortage.
70%? That sounds a bit fishy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 70? I meant, 80, of course.
Now we're talking.
Just keep going till you reach them Cactine Hills. And don't ye scam your hard-working consultant. I'm only taking 90% of the business.
Come on, Patrick. Let's find those thorny cucumbers.
We go.
Ooh, look! An old warning sign. Cactine Hills.
This seems pretty dangerous.
Maybe there's a seahorse around here.
Oh, baby, that cactus is way up there, huh?
Dylan. Weeshnaw. Thank you for 27 months and a 12-month streak.
Just,
Thanks, babe.
Checking on the barrels, you know, keeping them safe from bandits. There's juicy cacti.
We gotta get the cacti. What if Patrick gets popped? He's a balloon.
Patrick. That juicy cactus gold awaits us. Yeet!
Huh.
Sticky sweet.
we go. I'm still getting used to the controls.
Crab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Ah, no more chafing.
Huh? No comment.
No, thank you. Yoink.
We gotta collect all the cactus juice. Oh, it's we milked it. Oh, it's done.
I'm feeling better already. Order up.
Hey, Calvin. What did that do?
Sticky sweet.
Oh, man. I effed up. Oh, be careful. Careful, SpongeBob.
Coming at ya. Sticky sweet.
Sticky sweet.
No, thank you. A little dabble, do ya?
Ooh, that looks fun. I bet I can get down faster than you.
I'm flying. Ooh, more jelly.
F off.
You don't live longer in the city. It just seems that way.
Okay.
A little dabble, do ya? I'm feeling better already.
I wonder if something is over.
Ooh, more jelly. I'm flying.
I like the platforming a lot. Y'all know I love a good platformer. I'm live laugh loving. I'm immersed. I'm immersed in the SpongeBob immersion of the Wild West. Very pretty game. Like, look at the atmosphere. Like, that's gorgeous. The lens flare too, bitch. Oh wow, they snapped, girl.
Sticky sweet. Sorry, nothing personal.
Soak it up, bitches. I'm being pushed.
We gotta bring all this sap back to that guy who looks kind of familiar.
I like the addition of the combat and everything so far.
Order up!
You got a knack for reaching them cacti. Just drop the juice in this here barrel for safekeeping.
Okay, not suspicious at all.
One barrel down. Follow.
We have to get more cactus juice. Whatever you say, partner. If I knew this was gonna be a Wild West, I would have gotten my cowboy hat out and done a cowboy look.
Look at me go! Order up!
Yoink. I will end you. Hey! Gagged him. B, thank you so much for the follow. I'll be right back. I need to do something really quick. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was gonna get a nice outfit for my Wild West look, but all I have is this. We wear this here. My yeehaw era. I have a fringe jacket. I don't know where it went. Just be losing shit. I have a pink one. I have so many cowboy hats, actually. I have a blue. I have a blue, a black, a pink. I have all the colors. Except for green and yellow and purple.
Sweet.
So I lied, I don't have all the colors actually. And now for category of, what do? They do like, when they did Miss Universe, you know how like the girl from the United States came out as like an astronaut or some bullshit? I come out in my Texas hat for Miss Texas. Dallas, Tex ass. Do you like my Texas era hat, Marshy? We're cowboys. We're sexy cow women. We're in the Wild West. The Wild, Wild West. We gotta drain the cacti of all their juice. And then they get flaccid.
Oh, I'm gonna need more sap than that, boyo.
I'll give you some sap.
Yoink.
I wish I had a Hooters shirt. I need to get a Hooters shirt. Gonna put that on my throne for my birthday.
You're seeing things, SpongeBob. All this desert must be giving you sand brain.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you. Yoink.
Yoink. I go this way. Hey, F off. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Oh. XOXO, Joanne. Oh! Oh, I thought I was supposed to interact with him. Ouch!
Who knew the desert was such a hazardous environment?
I did. I knew it. In the desert, in the desert. Hi, Joey. We're Texans. We're from Dallas,
The
Texas.
Krusty Krab pizza is the
They're very
pizza for
friendly
you
to their
and me.
LGBT people.
A little dab will do ya.
A little dab will do you. Oh.
Is it just me, or is everything in this place trying to hurt us? Ew.
We have to drain
We
them.
milked those cactuses for all they were worth.
Milked them. Milk them. Gotta milk that cactus for all of its juice. It's the game, I'm just saying. It's literally the game telling me that. It's not me being inappropriate. It's the game. Yeah, drain that cactus's wallet. As I should. Especially looking like this. Don't you just want to spend all your money on me? Little old me. Can I please ground pound? What if I had a thick accent like that? Would you guys still watch my content? When I come back from Australia with a thick Australian accent.
No more chafing.
I don't like this guy, this little boss guy. Is he wearing a plankton hat? No, he's wearing a Krusty Krab hat. The Krusty Krab pizza and pizza for you and me. The Krusty Krab pizza and pizza.
Ooh, more jelly.
All hail plankton.
Huh? Patrick, I think we've fallen down some kind of large, dark, worm-shaped cavern.
That means it was probably made by a ferocious, terrifying creature, like a goose. I see a light at the end of the tunnel. Take me toward it. Wait, no, I'm not ready. Okay, now I'm ready.
I can't tell if we've gone this way yet. It's so dark.
Howdy, strangelings. What brings you to this old place? If you're after gold, get
I fit
lost.
right
It's
in.
all mine.
We really need to get back to the surface, Mr. Miner, sir. Our friend's soda depends on it.
Well, I could let you use my elevator, but what's in it for me?
Anything you want. There's nothing that this amazing duo can't get.
Good. That darn Alaskan bullworm is obsessed with my gold. Knocks my shiny tooth out.
Can you line dance for us? Yeah.
Just like that.
I fucked
If
that
you can
up.
get my
You should give me
tooth,
money for that.
I can get you up to
I got a
the
little
third-
crazy there. I'm sorry.
Yoink. If I was a tooth on the loose in the nest of a giant worm, where would I be?
Speaking as a slob who lives in a hole, I think something is living
If
in
you
this
give
hole.
another one, I'll show you what's under this hat, baby. What is this? What does that even say on there? What does that say? Such amazing. I know. I'm like getting crazy. Like I'm literally getting crazy right now.
Ew, it smells like Gary.
Oh, you want to
Little's
see
in
what's
here.
under the
That smell is
hat?
not me.
Oh, you want
swear.
to see?
Oh, we got the golden tooth! Hurry, let's get back to the miner before something comes looking for it.
Back to the who?
his pants.
What?
A little dabble do. I'm feeling better already.
Hopefully my hair still looks good under the hat. Oh, it's like messed up. I gotta like brush it. The red strap. I gotta make sure my cowboy hat is secured on and fastened. Y'all, a hype train is close. Please gift subs.
Ooh, more jelly.
Pisces season is upon us. I mean, eyes emoji.
I'm feeling better already.
Where are we supposed to go? I'm lost. Oh. How do we get back to that guy? Oh, through the trampolines.
With a bit of gold nugget, you'd be worm food by now. But since you survived, did you find my tooth?
I did.
Do snails leave slime in the woods? Of course!
Whatever you say. The elevator's all yours, boys. Oh, and I don't know what you did down there, but it left a powerful stink on you.
What?
All right, let's take that elevator. That should lift our spirits.
Hey, Stinky!
So true. Shut up.
An eternity.
Oh, an eternity. It gets cut off. I have a Woody backpack. I love Woody. Like when I go to Disney, I go to Toy Story Land. It's the spot, girl.
They're stealing our soda supplies! Hurry up, Patrick! We got ourselves a train to catch!
I keep hitting the back of my chair so it keeps tipping my cowboy hat.
Funny coincidence, huh? Bandits steal our train and Mr. Krabs happens to be on it. Hold on! Mr. Krabs is the red-handed bandit! We have to get closer so we can bring him home!
A snake in your booty? Oh, I don't think that's the line. That's a little inappropriate. I would never say anything inappropriate. Oh.
Sticky sweet.
We're chasing this train in this intense chase right now. My goodness gracious. You got it, SpongeBob. Wait, this is fierce. We have to stop him. Well, that almost killed me. Give me this. Okay. He's spraying me with mayonnaise. Stop it.
That should cover my buns.
Huh?
Sticky sweet.
What do we do? Oh. Don't fall, SpongeBob. Be careful. Again. Not the reused animation.
Ooh, more jelly. That should cover my bun. Perfect form.
This parkour is lovely.
I saw something like this at the Chum Bucket once.
What happened to going to Glove World? We were gonna go to Glove World and this all interrupted that. I wanna go to Glove World. Oh, I just got an award. I don't know what for, but we got something.
Sweet Davy Jones locker, SpongeBob. I know you mean well, but you gotta let me stay. Please.
You're under arrest, red-handed bandit.
Like I was saying, SpongeBob, you gotta take me back. I beg you. This old soft shell won't last a day in jail.
Sorry, Sheriff. I'm taking this one in.
I sure should stop drinking so much cactus soda on the job.
How do we know that wasn't our Sandy? Like, why didn't we take Sandy back with us? We just took Mr. Krabs.
Oh, me boyo.
Hi, Kiyoshi.
That sure taught me a
Hi,
valuable
basketball.
lesson.
That it's not all about money?
What? No. Oh, no. It's always about money. But I did learn that I can't put a price on me Employee of the Month.
We did leave Mrs. Pop.
I'm here to help, Mr. Krabs. We'll find Pearl and the Krusty Krab and bring them back on the double.
That's a good lad. Now off you go. I'm sure you can get around a little faster now with those new riding skills of yours.
There are still a lot of friends to bring back home, Patrick. Let's ride!
I hope Mrs. Pop's world is like iconic. Boss fights? There wasn't a boss fight.
We can find our friends.
That lady knows everything. It's like she has this all planned out.
Oh, that's cute. Complete all the missions in the Wild West. Karate! Oh my god, there's so many outfits. Look at all the worlds, too.
SpongeBob, I need your help. Sheldon's pride would never allow him to ask, but your mischief tipped over the chum bucket, and we need you to stand it back up.
I need to go fix my hair. right. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little chilly, so I got a blanket. Oh, good evening, house music.
We already built a meticulously calculated rig, but Sheldon didn't account for his own slight stature.
Excuse me. There are more important things than knocked over trash cans.
It's not a trash can, it's a bucket. And it's Bikini Bottom's sole restaurant.
I know everyone would love to be eating out of a bucket right now, but the fate of the entire universe is currently hanging
I know,
in the
she's
balance.
cunty. Jay, thank you for the
know,
follow.
Biggie, I'm sure the universe can hang in there until we've helped a friend in need.
Where's the chum bucket? Isn't the chum bucket across? Oh, it is. Thank you, house
I
music.
don't get why this doesn't work. My calculations
Thank
are
you.
flawless.
Maybe we can help.
I don't need your help. But if you want to make up for this whole mess, I guess I would allow you to assist me. Here, use this super velocitous momentum enhancer that I invented to get the job done.
Ooh, is that a bubble surfboard?
Yes, but I gave it a fancy name, so I get the credit. Is this what you...
Where? Oh. Mrs. Pop!
School's out, SpongeBob. I have a bit of a heated situation here.
Because at the beginning of the game, they talked to that mermaid lady and she gave them, like, this bubble wand to make wishes. And Patrick wanted a bunch of balloons, and to our surprise, he turned into a balloon.
Ooh, more
And everybody,
jelly.
all of our friends are sucked up into the world. Like, they all got sucked up into a vortex, and now they're all missing. We just saved Mr. Krabs, though. What? For anybody just tuning in and doesn't know the lore, please educate yourself on the SpongeBob lore. Please. The SpongeBob Cosmic Shake lore.
I've never been in here before, but since the Krusty Krab
Oh, it's Old Man
is gone,
Jenkins.
I guess I have no choice. Does this place offer anything edible?
Technically, yes. We citizens of Bikini Bottom must stand together in these trying times. So, let it be known that the Chum Bucket will humbly accept its role as the town's sole source of sustenance. You fools!
Plankton, I always suspected that deep down you were a contributing member of society. And don't worry, Patrick and I won't stop until we put everything back to normal, so no one has to eat at the Chum Bucket ever again.
Wait, was that last part really necessary?
Oh my.
I know, what if, like, Patrick
So much
dies at the
pure,
end, someone pops him, like,
unadulterated
Bubble
jelly, so much
Buddy?
raw power.
Where is Bubble Buddy? Somebody alert the media.
To create your next costume. You should find it very familiar, but don't let appearances fool you. When you step through the next portal.
Karate!
Ooh, my karate gear. The most stylish outfit I own. Getting around will be much faster with these seahorses.
Well, be much bumpier, too. These jelly things kind of look like something Squidward would make, right?
Oh, yes, I think he called them, what was the word? Art.
Well, I'm gonna call them...
Don't give up hope! SpongeBob and Patrick are on their way!
Oh.
Ooh, now I know why they call them stretch limos. You gotta stretch first.
The red carpet. Okay.
She never struck me as a red carpet squirrel. But,
Look at this. Hold
I
on.
have to admit, totally would have expected someone bigger for the part. But everyone seems small to me.
What does her shirt say? I heart great. Oh, karate.
Sorry, am I oversharing? It's my first day, and I'm so nervous!
Filming starts in 1 minute and 58 seconds. No, 57. Script 50. Just hurry up.
Statistically speaking, the director's assistants only last 0.87 days before they're let go. I need to do better. Chop Chop, this way! He isn't the patient kind, or the understanding kind, or the kind.
I can't believe this is the leading man. Let's take some pictures to capture this train wreck.
Wow! They're taking photos of us! Are we in the movie?
Oh, do I look bloated enough? I just had myself inflated.
Oh, that art of Pearl is lovely.
This is a no-go zone. The stars get cranky without their me time.
Guess we gotta find another way, Patrick.
Hey, Larry.
Ooh, more jelly! Meow!
Sign my biceps. Sign it. Whoa. Larry's gonna need you to bulk up before he signs that.
Larry, can I get your autograph?
Sorry.
Larry, I need your autograph.
And Larry needs you to calm down.
This is a restricted zone. No photo bombing allowed.
Yoink. I'm flying!
Mrs. Puff!
Ooh, more jelly!
These pictures better not make me look too puffy.
Can I get your autograph? I'm your biggest fan.
You don't have to flatter me. Really, just give me the pen.
Will you sign my forehead?
No. But that man in the security guard jacket will.
I gave her a little spank. Write that down.
A little dab will do ya.
A little dab will do ya.
Hey, Mr. Spot, what are you still doing here? Please go to the exit or I will get fired. The director is waiting for you.
Huh? How did you get here so fast?
She must have cut the line, Patrick.
Lucky.
Ooh, more jelly!
Oh, so we're having a WWE match.
Oh boy, that
Wait,
is
why is he
one
hot?
big heavy jelly.
As long as it stays in that cage, you'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Sticky sweet. We need to find a way to open this door.
Oh, I see a button. It's in that cage next to that guy.
Oh, you mean that big mean-looking guy that won't stop looking at us? Great.
We got him, SpongeBob. We clear him. I follow you on Twitter, but I decided to look into your stream. I'm very satisfied with the decision. Welcome in. Hi, Tem. Hey, Miss. Welcome in, both of you. Yeah, we clear him. He's easy mode. Noob. Look at this noob. We need to get to the director. Or our Pearl's gonna get fired. We can't have our Pearl get fired.
Look at those cameras and those cameras.
Ooh,
and that guy
fierce.
even has a headset on. We must have
I love that for
traveled
you.
into the distant future.
I think it's just a movie set, Patrick.
Ooh. Then where's the craft services table? I'm hungry.
He's so real.
Unfashionably late, I see. Now get to your marks.
The director is Squidward?
He's got vision, SpongeBob.
What squirt of an actor did those at the agency lay upon me? I promised them art, and how do they repay me?
Oh my god, Squidward. What a potty mouth.
I demanded a hero, not a little yellow marshmallow. Did you shrink by spending too much time in a hot tub?
Hi, Mr. Director, sir. I'm SpongeBob.
Filming starts in 8, really soon.
Can't those uncultured casting urchins
Bothered.
comprehend that I am allowing them to be part of what is sure to be the greatest film sensation ever to hit the sea? But don't lose heart. I still have the talent to turn you into a tool of destructive beauty.
Oh, goody!
In this scene, you must fight your way through gang-infested city streets. And don't walk out of frame. And action!
I think he lost his pep sticky sweet.
This is fun.
Order up!
Would you just defeat those jelly things?
Hey! Why can't I get him?
That should cover my buns. Order up!
Gagged.
Ew. Perfect pour. Stick, that should cover my buns. Boy, this director guy seems more stressed out than our Squidward.
I wonder why we have our karate suit then for the red carpet.
Order up!
I would have loved to see SpongeBob in drag.
Defeat the enemy ambush. We don't have time to fool around.
Maybe a gown. Great gowns, beautiful gowns.
Sticky sweet.
I didn't know he two-cycled.
No more chafing. Ouch! Sorry, nothing personal.
Gotcha. Hey, Cassandra.
Wow, what a beautiful bubble!
I want to pop it!
You can't. It is indestructible magic thanks to the jelly you're collecting from our cause.
Cassandra, are you sure this is the right place to find Sandy?
The portal brought you right where you're supposed to be. Don't resist the Jellyverse. Instead,
The
take
Jellyverse.
it, store it, and bring it to me.
The multiverse of madness.
That you've done some commercial work. Don't your SquarePants long to be in the spotlight once more?
You're right! If it means saving Sandy and the world, then I'll just have to act my square heart out. Thanks, Cassandra!
She's very sus. Very sus. Sure, I'm down with it. She seems like a girl boss, I must say. I must say.
We're so lucky to have Cassandra helping us. What a selfless lady.
Oh. Yeah, very.
Ew.
Okay, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. Obviously, my only complaint so far is the overtly oversaturated voice lines that keep getting repeated. Like that one. The yoink, sticky, sweet. Like, it's obnoxious because it cuts off other dialogue, but I think that's like the only issue I'm having so far. That's like literally the only complaint I have so far. It wouldn't bother me as much if it didn't interrupt other audio things, but like sometimes you'll be close to a cutscene and it'll cut it off.
Sticky sweet.
See, it just did it again. Like, come on, dude. You have 3 audio files that it cycles through. And I get it, SpongeBob is like, as he's like written to be annoying, sort of, but like, stop. No, right, it's very on brand to say this. Okay, they just used the same audio file 3 times in a row while we're talking about it. Okay, never mind. Come on.
I'm flying!
I think I went the right way. I just didn't do it the right. Oh, there's a thing up there. Okay. I like that it's a new adventure, though. Like, I love the original Battle for Bikini Bottom, but I'm happy they decided to make their own game.
If I wanted to see a wimp run around, I'd be directing Wimp Racer 2.
In the new
like
gen.
my agent
On this
told me
engine
to.
they have.
This is a karate film. But I guess I have to work with what I've got. Let's start with something simple.
Simple,
A
dimple.
karate kick.
Papa squee. Yeah, I like how colorful it is.
Kick it.
What was it? I forgot what it was.
If I want this, but I can't.
And why? Well, I'm playing on PS4, so. Oh, okay.
Now, to really prove that you are cross now.
I say we kick things off.
Oh, you have to lock onto it.
Oh! Sticky sweet.
Work. You can't do that move to everything, which kind of sucks, but... Sticky sweet!
Karatuken!
The what? Krakatawa!
Order up!
Oh, you can do it to enemies, though. That's fun. Oh, shit.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Ooh, more jelly.
Ooh, I like this. Ooh, cool mobility. I like that.
My limbs feel even spongier than usual.
I know, literally.
Right, and all this bopping around
Sonic.
will lead us to Sandy.
Oh, shit.
You do care. Look at me go! A little dab will do ya.
A little dab will do ya. Not worth my time. This looks like a boss fight if I've ever seen one.
These little ones look quick and hungry.
Yeah, we got that in common. Not the quick part.
I think we'll need that part to get past them.
Oh no, not these guys again. Karate kick them out of my darn set.
A little dab will do ya.
See, it like just interrupted. A little dab will do ya.
Wow, you're not quite the loser I took you for. Now move on. My assistant is awaiting you. There seems to be some trouble with nosy paparazzi.
Order up! Perfect form.
Here, Mr. Sponge. Hey, short, yellow, and spongy. There's a lot of paparazzi hiding on this set who wish to smear the director's reputation by capturing the fishy side of his process.
The what? You can't say that, Pearl. We don't say that anymore.
Which obviously doesn't exist.
We don't.
It would be real cool if you could distract them with some of your fancy moves.
I will make myself extra picturesque.
I have no. I'm like literally shocked. I'm so shocked. I'm actually a loss for words after that. I was shocked. That is so insane. It was so abrupt. Help! Oh man, I fucked up. This little bitch.
Ouch!
Sorry. Taking a picture. Oh, we have to find the paparazzi. That's why. Gotcha. I did the wrong button.
All right.
I should have the right control scheme because I keep fucking it up.
All right.
Is this the craft services? I keep hitting the wrong button to do that.
The Krusty Krab
I just did it
pizza
again.
is the pizza for you and me.
There we go. Why were you in the trash? A little dabble do ya? A little dabble do ya? Why is Patrick stuck? Somebody help him, he's stuck. Somebody please. Yeah, I found a bug. I'm actually I'm a tester of the game. Can you please gift subs for my service? Developers, please come into my chat and give subs. What's the easiest way to get up there? Cheating it like this. Because I'm a pro gamer. Hey, loser. Taking a peek, sure. Oh, I didn't eat breakfast today. That's unfortunate, isn't it? It's really unfortunate, actually. Oh, I clap my hands like that.
You did it, Mr. Sponge! The security guard will let you pass now.
He's hot too.
I guess some guy dealt.
That's it! A real Karate King has to prove cat-like reflexes. I feel inspiration is about to strike.
I found craft services!
Those volunteers in the box will help you train your reflexes. When someone pretends to escape, whack them.
Won't that hurt them?
That's legally impossible. Their contracts clearly state that they, quote, can't be harmed.
I guess that makes sense. But wait, Patrick didn't sign a contract.
What? Oh, fine. Then don't whack him when he appears. It'll help test your, concentration. Now, let's go. We're burning valuable spotlight. And action!
I have to karate kick the crew? Oh, I hope I don't hurt them.
Oh, look. They love it.
Well, okay. Making movies sure is a weird process.
I like that little noise. Ding! 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 Ding!
Bravo! You're not entirely useless as long as you keep moving.
Oh. Almost missed it. Did you see that? What would you do if I missed that? Like, literally, what would you do? Like, I'm not even sure what I would do with myself if I missed that one coin. Honestly. I think I'd have to end stream, start game over.
Perfect form.
Get to your mark, SquarePants. It's at the end of the street. Hurry it up, you're wasting daylight.
Ooh, more jelly.
Like, just so unbearable. Like, it was so bad. I'm having a good time. It's pretty fun. It's goofy.
In this scene, your nemesis tried to rob a
Your
bank
what?
and left nothing but chaos. Innocent bystanders got stuck in the ground and need their hero. Believe it or not,
I would like my royalties.
Save them before the time runs out. And action!
Some villain buried people under rubble. Who could have done this?
It wasn't me, SpongeBob, I swear.
Oh, thank Neptune. I never doubted you for a second, buddy.
Oh, thank Neptune. Yes, I am in this game.
Looks like some kind of animal dug these holes.
To do what? Hide nuts for winter? Get real, SpongeBob.
Thank you so much.
Order up.
Can I get your autograph?
Get real, SpongeBob. Oh, he gagged SpongeBob. Why did Patrick just clear?
Please help! I'm not hurt! I'm just bored! I can't believe you saved me! I mean, just look at you!
Look at me go!
That was just rude, I think.
A little dab will do ya. Hi-ya! I think he lost his pants.
Get me out of here! I gotta get home and watch Mermaid Man! Oh, thank you!
Literally.
Let me kiss you! Maybe some other time, though.
Making cameos in every game, huh? That's just the life of me. Okay. That was rude.
No more chafing.
A little dab will do ya.
Thanks to my genius, your performance has become tolerable. Now go ahead and strike some heroic karate poses for the press.
Oh, poses. Hi. How do I pose? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Karate!
I'm fast, I'm mean, and I can do this.
And that's how you do it in style.
Don't go method on me and disappear into your character. Remember why you're there. To get me more jelly.
Okay.
Don't you mean to save Sandy?
Right, of course. And also to save your squirrel friend.
Nice reference to Bold and Brash right here. Oh wait, no, that's the guy from the karate episode. The power within.
If you want to convince my audience that you're the real Karate King, you have to be as fast as a leopard. Or was it a cheetah? Whatever. Hop into the red boat and chase down your nemesis.
My what? I'm right here, girl.
I don't have a driver's license.
Throw your squishy bottom.
Also, a nice reference right here to Handsome Squidward. And chase down your nemesis. Huh? You what?
Ouch!
Oh, baby, I don't drive. That's a no.
Sticky sweet. I'm feeling better already. Ow, 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 ow. Hi-ya!
I love the karate kick. It's really good mobility. Someone did graffiti! What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a bus.
Ooh, sleek lines. Comfortable seat. No slip pedals. Definitely has the cool factor. This is my ride, baby!
I almost forgot to mention, all the danger is real, and we've taken no safety precautions to up the drama. And action!
Oh my god, it's like Temple Run. Or Subway Surfers.
Too high! Too high!
I made that jump. I did.
This guy drives like a maniac.
This is Subway
a maniac who loves
Surfers.
barbecues.
What a nut job!
Oh. We're gaining momentum. Did I just crash that car? Oops. Your fault, not mine. Oh! Oh!
Yoink.
Don't hit the people. That could be a danger. SpongeBob Subway Surfers, when? I'd buy it.
I want to bang the gongs!
Looks like we need to bang them in a specific order.
Karate kick those gongs!
Hi-ya!
Do I have to do, like... I didn't mean to do that. Okay, come on. God damn it. I did it. I really have to pee. I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. Girl. Chair cam. Sorry, I went to the bathroom. Neat. This here. Okay. Got some saltines. Oh no, the first one is broken up. Girl.
Ooh, more jelly! A citizen in need! Karate Bob to the rescue!
If we have to fight those jelly guys again, I hope we can use stuntmen.
Not Karate Bob.
He's healed.
And put on my Karate Bob.
Sorry, nothing personal.
B.O.B. so they calling you Karate Bob.
No more chafing. No, thank you! Alright, cooking! Ooh, more jelly! Woo-hoo! Ow, 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 ow. That should cover my buns.
Patrick, drop it.
I thought this film would be a train wreck, but the director went all out. Those jelly extras were very convincingly beating me up.
Well, we thespians do take our jobs pretty seriously.
SpongeBob, you're a lesbian?
And his choice for the villain? Wow! I just caught a glimpse. That's a wild animal if ever I've seen one.
This Zen garden is so cool.
Listen, you talking cheese. You're not getting paid an exposure for chit-chat. If you want to convince my audience you're the real Karate King, you better show them some impressive acrobatics. Now, run across the roofs of the skyscraper to get into your Nemesis fortress.
Could I just use the elevator?
No! And action!
Sorry, I'm dealing with family shit. Annoying. Excuse me.
More jelly.
Were they really? That's cute. It's a really cute game. I'm really enjoying it. And I like that it was $40, not a $60 game. Very refreshing. I think games need to go back down to 40. Honestly, I would buy any video game that's $40. You sell it for 40, I'll buy it immediately. That's already a selling point for me.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Order up. Oh, tartar sauce. It would have been great if the elevator was working.
Well, it probably was working, but now it's not.
Really cute. Definitely worth the money, I would say, so far.
Well, at least it's not
I think it
spitting
will
on
be
me.
in general. There's a lot of replayability too, which is exciting. Okay.
You really are my best friend.
Like, you have to backtrack for some, like, secrets in the levels, which is cool.
I'm feeling better already. Hi-ya! Sticky sweet.
Good thing I'm a balloon, or I'd be terrified of falling. Oh, hey, watch where you're landing.
Not to fear, my inflatable friend. I'm as sure-footed as... No, I just looked down!
Wouldn't it technically be... So you're saying $60... So $40 USD is equivalent to $60 Aussie, like, dollars?
Sorry, nothing personal. Ow.
Would it be cheaper for, like say I bought you the game, would it be cheaper that way, or is it just equivalent? Because wouldn't that make more sense for, like, any purchase, really? Like, you buy the game for your friend that lives somewhere. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to think that.
Karatuken! Sticky sweet. Order up.
Yeah, the platforming's, like, satisfying as fuck.
Sticky sweet.
Oh, we're getting close to the dojo.
You know what they say.
Oh.
Keep your friends close and your dojos closer.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either, Patrick. I'm with you.
I knew I could count on you, Patrick. Coming at ya! Order up!
Thinking about how y'all got me a Mrs. Benson cameo. That was iconic.
Huh, what do you think they're making with all these cranes?
Ooh, I'm thinking pasta?
Yoink. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. I'm ready to hang 10.
Time to go home and have the rest of that pasta.
Order up!
This is it. We're gonna go fight our nemesis. Nods, nods. Get it? Get it? Do you guys get it? Do you get it?
Ooh, look, it's Sandy! I mean, oh, look, Sandy!
Well, if that ain't the sponge they call Bob and his biggest Dallas lunatic partner Patrick stepping through my door.
Actually, we came in through the roof.
Is that right? Well, you'll be leaving through the floor, 'cause I'm in a mood, and my mood is karate!
And my mood is horn. Nope.
Nobody watches a film for the dialogue. My audience demands colors and motion converging into visual conflict. We need crash, boom, bang, not yap, yap, yap. Now throw out the stupid script.
There's a script?
And action.
There you are, Maddie. You missed 2 worlds. We're at the end of the 2nd world now.
No more chafing.
What the?
Giddy up! Uh-oh, I'm buzzard bait. Make way for that jelly!
That should cover my buns. Coming at ya!
Maddie, do you do karate?
Look at you! Order up!
I remember one of my IRLs, like one of my straight IRL friends when we were little, like we would hang out all the time. He used to always like wanted to be a squirrel.
Better already.
Like he used to always roleplay as a squirrel when we played house. It was so bizarre.
These boots are made
Just thought I would share that. I've been sitting with that secret for like my entire life, and there's been never a time I can share it until this moment. I never understood it. Like, why do you want to be a squirrel? Why? Like, not to kink shame or anything. I don't even think it was a kink thing, because we were like didn't know what that was, but I was like, how bizarre.
Uh-oh, I'm buzzard bait. Let's see how you do against a jelly.
You're welcome. For me, I always wanted to role play as a wife with kids, and I wanted to have big boobs, so I put pillows in my chest. I don't know why I didn't come out as trans sooner, but here we are.
Ow!
Squirrel Sona.
Look at you! That should cover my.
I hate these little things. They piss me off. That's tea though. It's character development. We're in it for the long haul. Oh, dodge. I forgot you could dodge in this.
I'm feeling better already.
I'm gonna burst your bubble.
No, you won't. No, you ain't. I got you, Sandy, right where I want you.
SpongeBob!
Oh, poses.
SpongeBob! SpongeBob!
Poses with my meal. Oh. Oh.
SpongeBob! SpongeBob! Did that explosion give you a concussion? You remember to sign the waiver, right? I never thought you'd pull it off. but that was actually fantastic! I can already see the sequel. Nay, the trilogy. Let's start shooting immediately! Light, camera, sound! From the top, people!
Nice reference to SpongeBob Lights Camera Action. I think that was a video game. House music. Not too much now, not too much.
What a ride! Thanks for helping me out, SpongeBob!
No problem, Sandy, but there's still a lot to make right again. See you around!
I'm glad Sandy and her weird house came back, but I want my house back too!
I hear you, pal. Ooh, I bet Cassandra will help.
I know I should be inside with our elderly residents, but they discovered this new radio channel and went crazy. Nothing will settle them down. I usually keep fortune cookies on me for emergencies like these. The soothing crunches are so calming. But
come on, Patrick. We can find those clairvoyant cookies.
Oh, they're side quests. Work. We're gonna find some fortune cookies. Good luck at the job interview, Marshall.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Cassandra's that way. Wait, how do you get 2 gold doubloons? We didn't get any? I'm so lost. We didn't, I didn't. No, like actually, like, I'm confused. I like didn't, I feel like I adventured and traversed this whole level and didn't see the gold doubloon. So like actually, where is it? I'm gagged.
I've never seen a fish like this.
I'm shocked. I was in tears almost.
A little dabble, do ya? The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Eat heel.
Oh.
No, thank you. The Krusty Krab pizza is the... Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Ouch.
Oh.
Karatuken. Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
music stopping. No music allowed.
Sticky sweet. The Krusty Krab pizza is the. Hoo-yah!
Oops. Some ASMR. Did not mean to do that.
Sticky. Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Woo! A gold doubloon.
There's 11 in this area.
I'm feeling better already.
I find that so hard to believe.
I saw Shiny over there.
Sounds like an adventure within our adventure. Double adventure! I'm ready to hang 10.
So you have to backtrack for the doubloons, is what I'm understanding.
Order up!
What happened to the music?
Yoink.
No music. Not allowed.
I feel like Mr. Krabs.
Oh! Oh. Oh my goodness, SpongeBob, please. Why can't I purchase? Oh, there's one up there. So there's definitely, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I was gonna say there's probably one for each area, but it's not. That's not the case. Okay, I really don't know where the music went, but it's fine.
Ooh, more jelly.
So there's like a path. Let's follow that. Oh, look right here. Little secret. Aha! Little secret. Oh, I can't even make it up there. Uh-oh. Bitch, I want Domino's. I don't even think the trampoline would get us enough height. I think if we just do it from right here. Oh. Maybe there's another one on another building. There's the music.
Order up.
She's back. There we go. I was right. Honestly though, like, I love that, like, the backtracking doesn't feel like I'm like, it's like exhausting to backtrack. I hate when they make you go to backtrack and it's like kind of exhausting. So that's fun. Excuse me.
I'm rich.
Ooh, over there. That looks like something we should do. We didn't go over there. How do we get over there? Yeah, it doesn't feel like riding. Ooh, like a shooting range? This is fun. Don't shoot mystery!
Bubbles away.
Watch out, mystery! Weeshna!
I feel like Mr. Krabs.
How do you guys think we get over there? I really want to get over there. It's like a graveyard. Like, I want to see what that's... It's a cemetery. I want to get over there.
Billy the best. Yeah,
I reckon more.
You're not saying anything productive, so I don't care.
Oh, SpongeBob,
What, Patrick?
do you feel like we're being watched?
You might be. You might be. I wonder by who, though.
No more chafing.
Oh, look, the catapult. Well, we don't have the catapult ability yet.
Yoink.
I think that's another thing we have to do.
Wow, that's a big
Yeah.
slingshot.
Dang, that's unfortunate. I really wanted to go to that cemetery. Me excited to go to a cemetery? Like, am I some type of crazy person? And if you guys spot the, I like that it's, they kind of stick out like the gold doubloon buttons. I think the gold doubloons are more like challenges. Oh, this is cute. What is this? Safety, you don't think. You think so?
A little dabble do ya?
He was number one. He sure fucking was, wasn't he? But now he's fucking dead, so he's probably number nothing. So, sucks for him, I guess. Skill issue.
Sticky sweet. A little dabble do ya?
A little dabble do ya? Hold on, let me put the right outfit on for this. Excuse me, sorry, I was inappropriately dressed. So sorry, chat. So sorry. I'm really sorry.
Order up. I'm feeling better already.
You Betty be ready. Hey guys, I'm actually stuck. Unironically, actually stack. Game-breaking bug right here. Devs, please fix this. Ooh, right there. I saw one. Gold Doubloon would be a beautiful name for a baby girl.
A little dabble do ya?
Oh, you think so? You think so? And so that means you believe in the two genders. Okay. All right.
A little dabble do ya?
A little dab will do ya. A little dab will do ya. I mean, SpongeBob said it himself. Oh. Not too much now, house music. Not too much.
Ew.
That was unfair.
You really are my best friend.
I'll show you some dab. I'm not gonna dab. That's just not happening.
I've never seen a fish like this.
To be clear, this is a joke. Do not take me wrong. Well, it's already immortalized and we can clip it out of context, so you're done.
Woo! A gold doubloon!
Ouch!
See if we can get one down here.
A little dabble do ya?
Weed is already too much for me. Can you imagine me on dab? I would literally go crazy. A little dab will do ya. Literally, will never forget the last time I was high. Literally, like, shaved cow print spots into my legs with a razor. And then I thought I was going blind, but it was because my glasses were on in the shower. I was just way too high to comprehend that. Marshall will never let me forget it. He always reminds me. Says, okay, we're not gonna smoke too much now. Damn it, we don't have it unlocked. The coughing is like the worst. Because it gets you even more high and you're like, uh-oh, 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 girl. Oh, there's 8 doubloons in the lobby. Let's see if we can find them. Squidward's house covered in redacted.
Oh, thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
I learned recently Sandy and Ashley in the OG Resident Evil are the same. Wow, really?
It's covered in mysterious cosmic jelly stuff.
I meant everything around that.
That's interesting. But they're not going to be the same in the new game. Right? Well, Ada's a new voice actress. Which world has been your favorite?
Nothing personal. A little dabble, do ya?
I don't think I have one that I preferred more than the other. I like them both. Oh. That was unfair. My controller got unplugged. Not fair. I like them both, so I don't have one that I like more than the other. Oh.
I'm feeling better already.
They're both really cute. Thought that's why Ashley is so annoying. I've never played it, so I'm kind of excited to play that game.
Notes. Well, that one was almost a sentence.
The remake. That's like the only Resident Evil game I've never played. I'm literally only waiting because the remake. Good quality of life changes.
Sorry, nothing personal. Order up.
Yeah, seriously, I'm so excited. My birthday month is gonna be busy. Ouch. I should honestly schedule a subathon before my birthday so I can hopefully get some of that before, like, on my birthday, so we can do stuff with that for the stream. I can't believe Sandy and Ashley are the same. That's funny as hell. Hey, Oomph! Oh my god, happy to see you, Oomph! Hey, Oomph! Can Mystery go... Oh. Well, Mystery's dead, so...
A little dabble do ya?
A little dabble do ya? I hit my dab pen. Why is he in horny jail?
Take a dragon. You know, if I wanted to. Ouch!
What? Okay.
Sticky sweet.
Mystery's dead. David's dead! Oh! Oh!
That should cover my buns.
This girl in this dress? Okay, work. Yes. Diva. We gotta find these secrets, y'all. Her wig is so big, it's full of secrets. That's from a game movie I've never seen before. Can you stop?
A little dabble do ya?
I know it.
Ouch!
Oops, sorry, my finger slipped. Wait, we have to get the fortune cookies. Do you guys mind? No, we haven't beat the game already. We did 2 levels, so we're just exploring the lobby. Cause there's some stuff to do in the lobby, but
no more chafing.
What did you say? Can we make her an emote? She's funny. Wait, she looks like the eyes emoji. She's literally giving eyes.
I like Bikini Bottom.
She does look like me.
Ooh, more jelly.
Oh, it's you two. I wish I had a friend
Thank
like
you,
that.
Patrick. Thank you.
What?
Ow!
Why is he over here? Hello? Can we go over here? There's literally something in the water over there. Do you see that? Okay. Actually, what just happened? House music! No class.
I was so happy
Oh,
when
a
I
cop.
got back. I'm not ashamed to say that I ate some dirt. It wasn't bad.
I've never seen a fish like this. Hi-ya! Hoo-wah!
We already did this. I can't find any of the secrets here. Or any of the fortune cookies. We go next. A little dabble, do ya?
Cassandra, please help! We have to find my house! Without that, I'm just a common talking sponge.
Sorry, Spongy, I'm just a little preoccupied fixing the fabric of the entire universe that you blew apart.
Cassandra, will you please help us fix my house?
Sure, right after we fix your friends, your town, the cosmic order of everything.
Oh, my beautiful home!
And a delicious pineapple. Here.
She literally
Why don't you take
GJF.
this cosmic costume and enter the portal?
Oh my god, Beidou SpongeBob skin.
Yo-ho! What be a pirate's favorite cheese?
Oh,
Fingers crossed my pineapple is still in one piece.
Scurvy.
This world is pretty neat, but I hope none of our other friends got dragged here. Incoming pie!
I love it.
I'm coming to get you.
But you,
Sticky sweet! Incoming pie!
I am going to run you ragged.
Scurvy.
Incoming pastries! We need to get off this beach, Patrick!
but I'm just dying for a little pie.
Not today, you're not. Come on, we'll hide in that weird cave. You do care.
When they put Patchy the pirate in this game.
Pie.
Say good pie.
Oh my god. These pies were made in a bomb factory. These pies were made in a factory. A bomb factory.
Prepare to be
They're
scared
bombs.
with the haunting memory of me ghostly ghost. Oh, who am I kidding? I couldn't scare a baby right now.
Hello,
Without
Flying
ship,
Dutchman.
I'm just a pathetic ghost of my former self.
Gosh, that's terrible. What happened, Mr. Dutchman?
That son of a kelp-eater Admiral Prawn has stolen me beloved ship.
Withered broccoli ahead.
Never mind. It's just the Flying Dutchman.
He has my pineapple, too? That fruit-stealing freebooter is taking this too far.
SpongeBob just called him a fruit.
Mr. Dutchman, sir, you have to get your ship back so I can get my pineapple back.
But prawns without all me precious socks. No pirate worth their salt would follow a sockless captain. And if I can't round up a crew, we won't stand a chance against the Admiral.
You don't need socks to be a pirate. Why, Patrick here has never worn socks a day in his life.
I don't even have feet.
So, if you need a couple of loyal sea dogs, Patrick and I will gladly join your crew. Socks or no socks.
All right, but first, ye scalawags, you must prove that ye are real pirate material. To show that you are worthy, you must unearth a real treasure.
Uh-huh.
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 Not them copying me.
Earn yourselves fearsome pirate names.
Uh-huh.
And find all me socks. I still want them back.
Aye, aye, Captain Dutch.
Aye, aye, Captain Dutchman, sir.
Uh-oh, I forgot to pack the sunscreen.
Well, I guess I could use a tan.
But what if we get bleached and shrivel up?
Well, I guess I could be a little paler.
Yo, they're shaking their asses on the
They
beach!
move with the grace of greasy angels.
These guys, they think they're famous.
She's so real.
Ouch! Ouch!
I like the reference to the first game of the collecting the socks, because that was like a secret thing to do in the first game. It's cute.
Gee, I hope nobody needs a lifeguard. Ooh, more jelly!
You're kicking too much sand in my mouth. I already ate some. Ooh.
Bitch.
Ooh, more jelly!
What's that?
Order up!
Now I'll go home and get the rest of that pasta. Hi, Lee.
No more chafing.
I don't understand that line, but it's okay. I won't ask a question. I really won't ask a question. I won't. Hi, Shaw. Okay. Lots of going in circles right now.
Beach ball, we go somewhere else.
We're literally hanging out. It's a really fun. We're just really chilling.
You can hold this one, Patrick.
They smell. Okay, this is disgusting. Sick. Not too much now. How do we... Oh.
Hey, make like a beach ball and go somewhere else. Hey, ouch!
Shut the fuck up, you little fucking bitch! Ugly ass motherfucker!
Ouch!
Anyways. Nods. Okay, we're
Sticky sweet.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, so in this game he's a balloon because he got transformed into a balloon. It was his wish. He wanted to be a balloon. I don't know why. What? Okay. I'm still gagged Jak and Daxter got released in 2001. That game holds up for a 2001 video game. What's in this hole? Okay. That's cool. Yes! So cute.
Wow, I can see the whole beach from here.
I love when the scary floating pirate ships come out at this time of day.
You do? I haven't spotted any doubloon stuff. I think they literally spawn after the level happens. I'm convinced.
The Krusty Krab pizza? I'm sorry, nothing personal. Order up!
Oh, what was that other platformer I wanted to try? It's coming out this month. It's a very colorful, like Ratchet and Clank inspired game. I think it comes out next week. Oh, it's not to the end of February. 7 days. It's called Clive and Wrench. Oh, it's right there.
Help!
Is that Larry? Only slightly. I've actually never streamed a Ratchet and Clank game. I'd like to. There's a lot of things we haven't done on this channel.
Ooh, more jelly!
Also, a lot of stuff is just like outdated. Like, I only recently got a computer that's like strong enough to like stream HD stuff, so a lot of stuff I can just replay and it's fine.
Oh my gosh! Real-life pirate ships! I wanna...
Hi, Laser Jesus. How you doing? Oh, they're playing badminton. Okay, wait, why are those... Why are they a serve?
Get rid of those jelly abominations?
The, like, little skirts, the lash, the top knot. Okay, serve. Okay, eat. Oh. Clocked. Hey, girl. Oh, she hit it back to me, bitch.
I'm always up for a sun bath, but if you could hurry, that would be great. SpongeBob? Patrick? You're here too? I thought it was just me and the anchovies.
How did we get here?
I don't know, girl.
We can talk about that later. What's important right now is getting you and the anchovies and my pineapple back to Bikini Bottom. Say, where are the anchovies?
That obnoxious shrimp rounded us up and made his jelly minions stick us to shipwrecks all over the lagoon. He's...
Oh. What do you guys think? How do you feel about this image? Why don't you guys tell me?
Don't lose heart, Larry. We're going to rescue every Bikini Bottomite who's stuck here, or our names aren't SpongeBob and Patrick the pirate guys.
That's not a very fearsome pirate name.
We're working on it.
Thank you, SpongeBob. I'm going
You have
home
the
to tan
what?
and pump.
He said go. Pump what? Asking for me. Do you need help? Oh, he's gonna get pumped. He's gonna get some work done. Oh my god, a swing mechanic. Swing, swing. Whee!
That swamp looks kind of eerie, like the kind of place you'd find pirate ghosts.
I think it is. I can't tell the difference, so. I heard a meep.
Spread your wings.
Me, 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 me.
Thank you for sharing. I hear another meep. There's the meep.
Bye-bye.
Meep. There's 12 of them. That's a lot of meeping.
Tally-ho! Yoink.
A doubloon.
Gee, Patrick, if you were a lamp, I'd give you a glowing review. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Oh man. Messed
You
up.
do care. I'm flying! Tally-ho! Woo! A balloon!
Oh my god, that's so funny! These are the best ones so far. Oh, he's twerking. You see that?
A little dabble do ya?
A little dabble do ya. A little dabble do ya.
Bye-bye!
I know, I need to get it.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Tally-ho!
Dumpy check.
Off you go. Meep, meep, meep.
We meep here. Meep.
Sticky sweet. I'm flying. Off you go. Meep, meep, meep.
Yeah, I honestly don't mind not playing as Sandy or Patrick at all. Like, I literally don't give a fuck, really.
A little dab will do ya.
Nice reference to Team Rocket.
Sorry, nothing personal. Ooh, more jelly. Off you go. Meep, 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 meep.
You guys can shut the fuck up now. It's okay.
I'm feeling better already. Tally-ho!
Nobody wants to hear your meeping. Just shut up. Going the wrong way. I went the wrong way.
You really are my best friend.
I know the glider, then Paimon. Patrick is Paimon. Well, Genshin is like what Genshin should be afraid with all these cosmetics. Like Genshin found dead, girl. This bitch singing with the blue lip.
Look at me go!
I feel like a lot of open world games have like the glider mechanic in them now. I feel like if you don't, they're like, no, this game is garbage.
Look at all these abandoned ships, Patrick. Ooh, I'll bet if we dusted off these wrecks and hoisted his socks up their flagpoles, it would look like the Dutchman has a whole armada. Then everyone would know he's back.
SpongeBob, that's a pretty good plan, but flagpoles don't have any feet. How you gonna get the socks on them?
Very carefully, Patrick. Let's go. Well, at least it's not spitting on me.
Where are we going? Oh, right here. The way of the sponge. Oh, excuse me.
The ship is ours!
We did it, Patrick! Now let's find the others and become real pirates!
All we are is socks in the wind.
Speaking of Genshin, the pirate, like, they want to be Beidou so bad. If you ever want to trade tactics, it's literally Beidou. Like, what? Okay, like we need to clock them. Oh, they heard me. Oh, they said you will not be doing that.
A little dab will do ya.
I hit my dab pen. Playing this game challenge, every time he says a little dab will do ya, you hit your dab pen.
I'm ready to hang 10. A little dab will do ya.
Oh, hit the dab pen. I don't want to die, thank ya. Hello, Avacious. Oh, you know how to do smoke tricks? Do you know how to do like blow the smoke on the table and do a little spin? Or do you know how to do the O's? Oh, wow. Oh, that's my oomph. The music has disappeared again. We just listened to SpongeBob ASMR. Oh yeah, hit the dab pen a little more and pull out the wallet. Keep the wallet on the desk. For no reason at all. I would never ask for anybody's money ever in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you blow snow? I used to. Nods. I get crazy at parties. I get crazy. Finish collecting socks. We have to get 3 more socks. Why, girl? Not somebody's crusty ass socks. Like, what the fuck?
Sticky sweet.
Like, what are we doing, SpongeBob? Like, be serious. What did Patrick say earlier? He said get serious or something.
Ooh, that's a big sandcastle.
Must be where the king of sand lives.
You can't just, like, leave the area. Hello? Devs! This game's broken, devs! Devs, she's hacking, devs! Please fix this.
A little dab will do ya.
Oh, hit the dab pen. For legal reasons. Your mom. Oh, okay. No, don't hit me. Oh, yeah. They just shot his friend. Oops. We'll get gagged. See, this is unfair. Unfair advantage. She keeps going outside the area. Very unfair advantage. Why do these keep spawning? Can you please stop this madness? What does Beidou say when she ults? I've not played her in months.
Sticky sweet. That should cover my buns.
I'm using my ult. I'm using my ult. I'm using my ult. Tracer behind. Tracer behind. Tracer behind. Genji on me. Genji on me. Hanzo's shooting me in the face. Hanzo's shooting me in the face. Cassidy's behind me. Cassidy's behind me. Cassidy on me. Cassidy on me.
You can hold this one, Patrick. A little dab will do ya.
I don't think that's what she says. Slime Mama 123, please. Please.
Yo ho ho, young lad.
Remember
It sure is your lucky
the
day.
Beidou lore, please. She's a very important role to the story. Please don't disrespect her.
I knew it, but why?
I've asked ye, before ye stand to notorious pirate captain Pinzarosa.
Oh boy, treasure!
Right, where you seem deserving and present. Now, to share me treasure, you'll first have to get it out of an old shipwreck.
I want
Then, of
Pearl
course,
to be
it
a
hits rock
boss
to the
in one of
middle
these
the lagoon.
levels.
Someone who was totally not me must have been holding the map upside down. Anyhow, I would get the treasure myself, but I'm far too rich to do a crewman's work.
Lucky day indeed, Patrick. With that treasure, we can prove we're real pirates.
Technically,
I'll show
won't
you a
be,
real
though.
pirate.
I can't be bothered with the bureaucracy of registering a new crew or paying for them.
Will we at least get real pirate names?
Sure, why not?
Then we're ready.
I know, Patrick's little balloon buddy is so cute. How to glide? We already know how to glide. What? Oh, it resets when you go through these things. What would your pirate name be?
Sticky sweet.
I really almost did something so inappropriate, but I'm really not going to do that. I really just got nasty. I almost got nasty with it. No. I'm better than that. I've changed.
Order up. Swoosh.
Get your finger out of my face. I do the Abby Lee Miller and like bite the finger. Oh. Earlier when SpongeBob guzzled on the water and house music went, like needing that. What the?
That's my favorite kind of bathing.
That was so insane.
Sticky sweet.
Please stop saying sticky sweet. Make it stop. Oh. What are we even collecting right now? I'm literally lost. Oh, we have to find the treasure. The Dutchman's treasure! I don't think I make this. Hi, Buffy Games. I love you. I don't think I make this. How do I make it over there? Sticky and wet makes mommy upset. Oh, we go that way. I went backwards by accident. I forgot how much the Dutchman's treasure is. Oh, I think if you do exclamation point bits, it'll tell you. Who's this serve? Oh, she's so gender. You were high while playing this and you were stuck for 30 minutes? So real of you, so real.
She's pretty.
Oh.
Pardon me, miss. Why so glum?
Me and who?
Because I like totally lost my joy, and without it I can't
I lost my
sing,
jewel?
which is like totally not cool for mermaids and stuff.
She lost her jewel. She didn't lose her joy. She lost her jewel. Let's be real.
And it's in your fridge. Whenever I need joy, I can always find it in my fridge.
The last time I had my joy was like when I was like dancing with my girlfriends, but they're not like here.
Me and my
even if they
ooms.
like were, there's no music.
This is Slay Mama 123 down.
But music is everywhere. All you need are some instruments in your hands and a little rhythm in your heart.
SpongeBob, let's make some music. Then maybe we could go on a dance date?
Sure, like as a friend. I promised myself I'd never date a balloon again. Also, I'm like way more into dating pirates now anyway.
She's kind of mother.
What about balloon pirates?
Come on, Patrick. I'll bet we can find some stuff floating around that we can use as instruments. Then we can serve up some music. Sticky sweet. Coming at ya. Oops, sorry.
What did I do wrong? The game glitched.
I wish I was like...
You heard the...
Oops, sorry.
What?
I wish I was...
You heard...
Oh. Orange, orange, blue, red, green, orange.
Oops, sorry.
Okay, I thought I had it. Orange, orange, blue, red, green, orange. Hello?
I wish...
Oops, sorry.
Ah! Oh, orange, orange. Fuck.
like.
I wish I was like.
Bubbles away! Oops, sorry.
Fuck!
I wish.
Coming at ya! Oops, sorry.
I wish I was like.
I wish I would like. Fuck.
Oops, I wish I was.
I wish I would like. Joey, literally go sit on a cactus.
Perfect for.
Just kidding, you probably like that. Gay person.
You helped me, even though this was like totally not your problem. To show my gratitude, I will grant you like a wish or whatever.
She's giving us a Genshin wish? We won!
I wish that SpongeBob and I could reach the treasure on the grounded ship so we could become like, you know, like totally date-worthy pirates.
Like happy flight, my melodic friends.
Can we go on a date now?
Maybe later.
Go on a date with him.
Can we go on a date now?
He's so cute. Can we go on a date now?
This constant air travel. Ooh, more jelly.
I wish I was like. Do you guys ever think about what it actually is like in the deep ocean? Like how scary it probably is and like what's down underneath there? Like it's actually scary. Like what is the percent of the ocean that's been explored? It's like not even like 20% or like 30%.
Sticky sweet. Patrick, look! Pinza's shipwreck. We should look for lost treasure.
Well, it'll just be regular treasure when we find it.
A gold doubloon! The parkour I just did? Okay, eat.
Yoink. Woo! A gold doubloon!
I actually tried not to think about it. Speedrun strats. SpongeBob giving the gluck gluck. He's giving the sloppy toppy.
Sticky sweet. Huh?
What was that? Bomb them, airstrikes. Bomb them, then bomb them again.
Look at me go! Ooh, more jelly.
Oh, gay rights.
Incoming pie!
I'm coming to get you!
Hello.
Shiver me timbers, you're alive? I mean, welcome back! You truly earned your pirate names! From now on, you shall call yourselves... I don't know, whatever you can think of.
Okay.
Hey, you never said there'd be thinking involved. I have a mermaid to impress, so you better make good on your promise.
Come about with that volume, me air-headed lad, before you alert the Lagoon Guard. They're a ruthless bunch who'll stop at nothing to get their fins on me treasure.
The wig on the back of Mr. Krabs' neck instead of the top of his head where the hat is.
So, of course you'll be compensated for all your thinking with this beautifully crafted treasure chest. Contents not included.
Wow, the chest is the best part! Anything you put in a treasure chest becomes treasure. I should let Gary sleep in there.
Okay, fine. But I still want a cool pirate name.
You heard it here first. The chest is the best part. Note taken.
Swoosh!
Pretty nice of that prawn guy to blast open the doors for us. That could have been way harder.
I would wear a powdered wig unironically.
I saw something like this.
I think that needs to be assessed.
Order up.
You're a pizza box.
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
No more chafing.
Ouch! They should call you the Crying Dutchman, for you are a little baby.
That's not nice.
Yoink.
I'm going to get you.
I'm getting cream pied.
I am going to run you ragged. These dusty old cannons still pack a punch, no?
Please stop. Please make it stop. Please.
Sorry, nothing personal.
Make it stop.
You do care.
Well, okay. And when I do this, and when I do this. Oh, I gagged her. Now watch this. Now watch this. Gagged.
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
Well, at least it's not spitting on me.
I thought that would do damage.
A little dab will do ya.
A little dab will do ya. Can you please swing your thing?
I'm going to get you.
Girl, this game is very
Sticky sweet.
naughty coded. Lots of innuendos. What just squirted on me? We need to call the police.
Pie in the sky.
Literally,
That
like,
can
what
must
was
taste
that?
Pretty good. Ooh, more jelly.
Need parkour.
A little dab will do ya. Pie in the sky. This thing takes hit the showers literally.
That was funny, SpongeBob. That was funny. These pies were made in a factory. A bomb factory. They're bombs.
Incoming pie. No more chafing. Pie in the sky.
Yeah, where did he get this tub?
The old cannons still pack a punch, no?
Where did he get a tub? Why are we doing this? What is the reason for, instead of getting flags, we're getting socks to raise on these things?
Pie in the sky.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the... Why? Why?
Order
What is the lore reasoning for that? What is happening? About to attack on Titan with this giant wall, like this thing, like a giant Titan's gonna come up behind it. I don't know the Attack on Titan theme song because I don't watch that show.
Order up.
This is the creator's nasty.
Feeling better already. Sticky sweet.
Yes. I will not elaborate. Can I get past this? Hello?
Incoming pie.
Why can't I get... What? Oh, there's a doubloon. I need that. Needing that. Hard eyes emoji.
Ouch.
Oh my god, the way... Look how far... Oh my god, just to get this doubloon, look at all the parkour we have to do.
No, thank you.
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
Ew.
Say goodbye.
That was a pun. That was funny. Not fair. Okay, I thought I was gonna fall.
I get you. You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
I knew it was gonna teleport us back here. Why won't it let us go through here? I don't get it. I need to go to the bathroom anyway. Okay, I'm tangled. Oh my god! Did you just see my butt? Okay, you didn't. Oh my god! If you saw my butt, no you didn't. Is so cold. Is she thick? Something like that. My ass won't fit in this skirt. Well, it does, but it's... Look how short it is. No, you didn't. Hopefully not. Did you wash your hands? No, but I have hand sanitizer here. And the reason why I didn't wash my hands is because my sink doesn't work down here. Because I have an unfinished bathroom. The only thing that works is the toilet. Where can I put this? And my penis is clean, so, you know, mind your business. Oh! That was a very far descent. Fair. Yeah, I'll show him a far descent as I go down on him. That's my man. Okay, we good? Throw this away. Yes! I made it in the trash can. Why is my trash can moved? Not gonna question that right now.
Incoming pie!
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
I'm flying! Ew.
I am going to run you ragged.
What does that even mean?
Sticky sweet.
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
I'm putting you in my pocket.
All right, so actually, what do we do here?
Get you.
Ew.
I thought we killed all these guys, like actually. Why is it not dying? Die! Jesus.
Incoming pie!
Feel the wrath of prawn.
I'm flying!
Pie pie.
Okay, that was weird. So that's what we did before. That's what we did before and it didn't work, but okay. I don't see it for me, but okay.
Incoming pie!
I have no idea what that means.
These dusty old cannons still pack a punch, no?
Hi-ya!
Clocked.
Pie in the sky!
Get you!
This is probably my least favorite world, just because this like weird mini game of raising the flags is not my tea, but you know, it's fine.
SpongeBob, thank Neptune. How did you get here?
The usual. Magical bubbles, reckless wishing, tearing apart the very fabric of space and time. I won't bore you with the details. Just know that we are here to set things straight.
Oh, good. These restraints are so tight, I can't feel my leg anymore.
Haha.
I think your leg will be okay, as long as you stay away from termites.
My leg!
That doesn't even sound like the My Leg guy. But work. We got the reference. Oops, I missed the
I could
jump.
count on you, Patrick.
It was the forced reference for me.
Incoming pie! Tally-ho!
No, literally, like I get it. I hate when they do that, like when they like try way too hard to get the reference.
A
Like,
real pirate uses these cannons.
okay, girl.
Let me show you how a real pirate uses these cannons.
You just said that?
You cannot run forever, but I will certainly make you try.
Like who? Like what? I don't think that like little mini game of raising the flag is necessary, like at all.
Say
That's just me.
goodbye.
Ooh, more jelly!
Are you real pirates yet?
Well, we do have a real treasure chest.
The Dutchman sock treasure!
That wasn't even
First
close.
pirate I ever knew went by Jeff. So you
A little
can be-
pitchy.
Oh, I don't know. Square one.
That's not fair. I wanted to be square one.
Well, you can be
square two.
Sure, whatever. Oh, Battle Shark, how I missed you. All right, you're part of my crew now. It'll be grueling, mind-numbing, and repetitive, just like cleaning a litter box. Square one, use the wind bongos and flying boats to get yourselves onto me ship. Once on board, hoist me last sock and fire the huge cannon. That should signal me old crew to join us and revel in the destruction of... the downfall of... Dismissal? The dismissal of Admiral Prawn!
What is that melody?
They should call you the Crying Dutchman, for you are a little baby.
Whee! Oh, yeah! Ew, it launch!
Get you!
Who is this Admiral Prawn guy? I don't get it. Am I supposed to get it?
Get you!
Yeah, can you stop like yelling? Like I don't think it's that serious.
And go
I'm going to get you!
No more chafing. Order up! I saw something like whee! He's heel! We're taking back this ship, Prawn. And my pineapple!
What's the matter, Rectangle Boy? Pining for something special? I will make you walk the plank.
The only thing I will be walking is the road of friendship, and that road leads right to Victory Town, so bring it on. Sticky sweet! I'm feeling better already. Yes! We are very close to defeating Admiral Prawn. The Dutchman will be so happy, he probably won't even eat our souls.
Nervy, thank you for the follow. Oh, ouch.
No, thank you! Sticky sweet! That should cover my buns.
I get you! Ah!
You said that maybe like 20 times this entire chapter.
Crew, howl with me, that we might set the seven seas ablaze with fear! Ow! 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 Ow!
Bubbles away! Ew. He's healed! I'm feeling better already. Order up!
Get him.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a shrimp by the toe and crush him.
Ahem.
Fine, no crushing.
Aw, home sweet pineapple. Let's get you back to Bikini Bottom, huh? Next stop, 124 Conch Street.
Oh. The mermaid. Ed, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for joining this and subscribing. What the?
Phew! My beautiful home is back, but it isn't home without Gary.
What are you doing, Plankton?
Sounds like Plankton and Mr. Krabs are getting along great.
Maybe I should check on him. Just.
What's with the Halloween theme? I've been hitting the wrong button the entire time, and I've been able to buy these the entire time. I just haven't been hit the right button. Eee! The cuddly crab.
Sticky sweet. I think I can get across here through the air. Just call me a flying fish. Ah, I'm flying!
Fuck.
If you weren't...
If I was following your lead, me precious patties...
Mr. Krabs, what are you doing here? Are you working with plankton?
I had no choice. The poor citizens of Bikini Bottom were starving.
I'm right here.
So we struck a deal. To feed those poor, hungry mouths. So long as they pay, of course.
Well, if you don't hurry with those patties, Krabs, nobody will be fed.
SpongeBob, you gotta help us. You're the only one I trust with me secret formula.
I'm on it, Mr.
Oh. So hungry. Need food and attention.
Get to actually make some Krabby Patties. Oh, how fun! Oops. How fun! Diner Dash is wondering. Hi, Iris. Literally. This is cute.
Thanks, boyo.
I love that little mini game.
What's the deal?
Thank you so much for the follow. They look burnt. They don't look cooked. Am I crazy for thinking that?
So hungry. Need food and
sticky sweet.
Attention.
I couldn't help but overhear you miss your little pet snail, Walter.
Gary.
Right, Gary. Well, with this cosmic costume, you should be able to enter the portal he was sucked into. But watch out, honey. That snail of yours is in big, big trouble.
Oh!
Ooh, a pretty flower costume. We must be going to some gentle land of sunshine and kindness. Don't give up, Care Bear.
Is this the scary level?
Look at these creatures, Patrick. They're They're...
Funny?
No, scary!
Oh, yeah, that was gonna be my second guess.
No, this whole place is frightening. It's cold, it's moist, and it smells like the dumpster behind the chum bucket.
Well, that sure sounds a lot like this puddle of ooze you're standing in.
Ew! It must be the remains of the victims of the monster that came through here. We have to hurry and find Gary.
It is rock bottom. Oh, wow. Nice reference. It's the stand. Oh, that's funny. That's a cute reference. Wow, the music is good too. Wow.
A little dab will do ya. I'm flying! Ooh, more jelly! Tally-ho!
I sit down. Wish you could go in here. Love the music. This would be a great level to play on Halloween. Oh my god, is this a stealth mission? Oh my god. Want this being a horror game, bitch.
No! What was that thing?
A spooky sludge. A spludge.
I love the music here.
Well, maybe we can hide in that bush. Or maybe we can just...
Oh my god, it's actually a stealth.
go home. Remember, SpongeBob, just pretend that scary equals funny and play hide and seek with them.
Great idea, and we'll win because they're not even seeking. It's only moderately horrifying up close.
Don't move. This is so fun. You have to stealth kill them.
Sticky sweet. I'm feeling better already.
That's so funny. You tickled them. Oh my god, I love it! I love this area.
Oh, what kind of monster would abandon a candy bar like that? All alone, half-eaten, without its wrapper?
Oh, we have to find Gary before he shares that candy bar's fate.
Shouldn't we help this candy find a warm and safe place? Too bad I left my candy bar bag in my candy bar bag carrying bag. I guess I have to put it in my mouth instead.
Wait a
Patrick,
tide.
no.
Something about this ooze seems very familiar. Calcium, with a faint trace of protein, and lots of love. That's not ooze, that's slime! Gary's slime!
That is a lot of slime for such a tiny snail.
He must be so scared. We gotta find him.
Not to be that person, but you know what Gary tastes, his slime tastes like, SpongeBob? The perfect outfit for the perfect area.
All we have to do is just follow this slime trail through the dark, scary, horrifying city.
Just call me SpongeBob. Yoink.
See, it interrupted the audio again. I hate that it does that.
Sticky sweet.
This makes me want to go to like Halloween Horror Nights or something. Like, ugh, I love the vibes of this. And they should have done it when he's not square. They should have done it when he's like round. Where he gives himself like a fade.
More jelly.
Gives himself a nice haircut. Look at all that money. Money, money, money. A doubloon.
I'm rich. Excuse me, have you seen?
I'm afraid I have not.
Trans rights, Mrs. Puff.
I'm in the middle of crucial organizing business for the Snail Cup. If you want to enter the race, you need to pay the participation fee of 5 candy bars.
I'm obsessed. That's my mama.
Excuse me.
I all trick or treat.
Oh, we have to trick or treat for candy bars. How cute! We have to go trick or treating. This wig?
Aw, you look adorable.
Now to go home and have the rest of that pasta.
Oh. Do you have candy? Oh! I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no. I'm sorry. Hi. So no candy? Okay.
Trick or treat?
Ooh, look at you! What a nice costume! How can I help you, young fellows?
Candy! Candy, 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 candy!
Oh, of course, sweetie.
It's Miss
Here,
Bitch!
Have a candy bar.
Oh.
Wow, vintage!
Thanks!
Right, okay.
Ooh, more jelly!
Can we steal these kids' candy?
Wow! Yeah, no, yeah.
Me?
Ow!
Give me your candy, you fucking nerds.
Ooh, more jelly.
A doubloon.
I'm rich.
This is amazing. I love this. Maddie's gonna be so sad she's missing this.
Candy,
Bill, thank you for the follow.
Ooh, more jelly.
Trick or treat!
Have you seen my snail? Tiny, cute, sweet, with very expressive eyelashes.
If he's really sweet, then the monster probably took him. It ruined everyone's Halloween by stealing our sweets. The last time it was seen, it crawled down the racing track. I think the track probably leads all the way to its lair.
There, it...
Poor Gary.
Patrick, we need to find more candy to...
Here, have one of my candy bars for the participation fee.
Thanks.
Thanks, you fucking nerd.
I got a rock.
They're trying to gag the doll.
The thing about a monster, it's got lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes.
Okay, thanks.
Trick or treat.
I can't understand your accent.
Trick or treat.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Here, have a candy bar. And nice costume, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice reference, nice reference. Nice reference to Mario. Nice reference to Nintendo. Nice reference to South Park. Nice reference to Family Guy.
Look at me go! Trick or treat.
I've been trying to find chocolate for 3 days. There's almost nothing left.
Oh.
Except for, well, I could tell you, but you have to promise to split the spoils.
I'm all ears. Well, actually, I'm mostly cellulose, but...
Girl, run.
Yeah. Look, a weird and very heavy rock crashed behind my house, right on my chocolate shed. Maybe you can move it. Here, let me open the gate for you.
He has an entire... I'm not gonna ask questions.
Look, Patrick, that's your rock.
On his chocolate shed. You guys hear that? His chocolate shed. Shark, thank you for the follow. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Hi.
Chocolate! Finally, chocolate!
If it weren't for Gary, I could go home and watch Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy reruns.
Oh, I hope they do something with Mermaid Man in this game.
Because we played with magic bubbles and tore into the fabric of reality, creating cosmic chaos that puts all of Bikini Bottom in danger?
We said a good reason.
What's that? Wait, when he spins his thing, it's a rainbow. Gay rights. Wait, it looks like the pansexual flag. Wait, look, it's literally the pansexual flag. Thank you, Angel. I did my hair all pretty yesterday, so thank you. Same, my rights, my rights. How do I get over there? Oh, I have to take the long way. Hi, Denny, I love you. Denny, do you already have a 6-month badge? That's crazy.
Sticky sweet.
6 months with my oomph. Heart eyes emoji. Pleading emoji. Wasn't there like controversy that the writer like said that SpongeBob was like bi or pan or something? Everybody was like, how could you make a sponge gay? It's like, girl, he's a sponge. Oops. I know, isn't this game so cute though, Jenny? Like, literally all the references. This level is like my favorite so far. I love like the scary, I like how they made it into like a Halloween town. It's like super cute. Like, I love it. I honestly was gonna call it and say like the last level was the end of the stream, but this level saved it for me. Because the last level was kind of exhausting.
Trick or treat!
Ah! Sweet Neptune, are you insane running around like this?
The tinfoil hat.
Don't you know people have phobias?
Sorry, I didn't know my costume was that scary. What are you afraid of?
Boxes, man, boxes. You never know what'll be inside or where they'll take you. And then it's too late. And you look just like one. All square-like.
Sometimes boxes have good things in them, like Krabby Patties.
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right. Here's some candy.
Wait, he's wearing floaties to help like protect him.
Don't you know people have phobias?
That's all the candy we need. Now we can give it all away to Mrs. Puff.
Do we have to?
The Krusty Krab pizza. It's the pizza. You and me. Mrs. Fluff. Queen.
You again. Did you bring the participation fee candy?
With nuts.
Fancy. Now keep still. This is going to hurt.
Huh?
Wait, what?
It's a snail race. You have to be a snail and fast. Go!
What?
Meow, 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 meow.
This episode scared me so bad as a kid. Stop. I turn into a snail.
Snail mush.
Oh, I have to use my sludge, my splooge. Oh, I have to spam the button. Got it. Oh, Mario Galaxy is wondering with these mechanics?
A little dab will do ya.
Oh, hit the dab pen. A little dab will do ya. Hit the dab pen. Why are all these snails so angry? Oh! Mrs. Fluff, I'm here. I did it.
Oh, you survived. I mean, you won the race. Congratulations. Now go bother the other kids.
Oh, bitch, she wanted us to die. Girl, she's giving in this outfit. You better. This outfit is trans rights. What? Oh, WWE is wondering.
A little dab will do ya. These guys have to get along. Get it? Ah.
That's funny, SpongeBob. That's really funny. I definitely let out a chuckle. There's gotta be a doubloon up here. Oh, you poop head.
Ooh, there's a shiny candy over there. I wonder what it tastes like.
Don't touch it, Patrick.
Strawberries, my...
Patrick, you're glowing.
Who said that? How do you know my name?
It's me, Patrick.
I thought I was Patrick.
No, I'm SpongeBob. You're Patrick.
I love Patrick. Fuck. He's so funny. He's like effortlessly funny. Doesn't have to make an annoying, like a slap in the face reference to be hilarious. What's this?
SpongeBob, it's too dark here. Do something.
These cables are glowing.
The hash.
Maybe they feel pretty.
The hash bringing the mash bringing the hash slinging slasher. Somebody hold me, I'm scared. I don't think I was supposed to do it that quick, but I just glitched the game, so. Are we gonna see the hash slinging slasher? I always thought the hash slinging slasher when I was little was the same person that played Fred Burger because they're both like green guys that like kind of have a hunchback.
I've never seen a fish like this.
That emote?
Am I seeing double?
Bye, meow meow. Eat. Eat, come on, eat. Oh, is that the last button? I press it? Oh, it's not actually. We can't even press this button. Oh, a spatula! No! We recover here. The saves. It's a really good platformer. Very forgiving, very fun. Lots of content to do. There's side quests even. You guys don't think. Don't say it. Don't say it. What the?
Sandy! I mean...
Sandy.
What?
The name's Candy, with a C as hard as the toffee in Grandma's candy dish. Thank you for bringing the power back.
We're looking for my pet snail, Gary. He got lost, probably kidnapped by a monster. Have you seen him?
Haven't seen your pet around, I'm afraid. But that monster...
Candy Kong is
in the
wondering.
museum.
Just kidding. Candy Kong is doing just fine, Sandy. You're a fucking wannabe, bitch.
It's dangerous, but it might be your best chance of finding your little critter.
Sounds reasonable. We should ask this monster if it's seen Gary.
Patrick, I don't think monsters can talk.
You know what? My little monster theater has been reset. If you do, I'll open the way to the museum for you.
I don't like it, but if... Oh, poor
Why is she dressed
Gary.
like a Teenage
Let's
Mutant
get
Ninja
this
Turtle?
theater-
I don't understand. Oh, because it's Halloween. Sorry. Now I get it. You got me. You got me. Oh, it locks into place. Well, that's clearly not where it's supposed to go. Can you please? I actually don't think it locks into place. Oh, it does, it does, it does. What? Not the Uncharted puzzle. Stop, I'm having flashbacks. Oh. We just move it all forward one. Nope. Wait. Oh, you can move this around. I even realized you could do that. Okay, then move this to the right and we're good. Perfect. I didn't know it was on a square track.
Man, now take your floating buddy out of here before there's an audience arriving. Can't have a scary show with this jolly balloon bobbing about.
Okay. You know what, Sandy? Fuck you, bitch. What if she attacked me?
Oh, look at these gallons of slime, Patrick. Gary must be terrified, poor thing.
Maybe it's not all Gary's slime. Maybe the monster caught a whole bunch of snails.
More sweet babies in danger? Oh, say it isn't so.
I think Gary is the monster, SpongeBob.
Thing over there.
I have a theory.
Bounce on it, you know, to follow the trail. Ooh, more jelly.
Wow, this slide leads to a whole museum?
Gary is so learned. It's all in the
Oh my god, nice reference to the first game with the sliding sand levels. Oh, that's so cool. I love that. Zena, thank you for the follow. Oh, Azina, thank you. Oh.
sticky sweet.
Oh. Where are we right now? What's happening?
Sorry, nothing personal.
Oh, I clocked her. This like field of view right now, it's like trippy.
Sticky sweet.
Oh.
I can see my house from here. Oh wait, no, that's a different rock.
Yoink.
Yoink.
I don't think these bus drivers ever got their learner's permits.
The museum! It's up ahead!
We're going to a museum. Night at the museum. Oh, wow. Stealth mode.
Ooh, more jelly!
Yeah, thank you for the follow. I know, I love the music here. Oh, we're stuck, it said.
A little dab will do ya. Oh, I didn't think I was that scary.
Nobody move. You sure did. I tell her, Sussy. Yeah, we're at rock bottom right now. Well, we're in a museum at rock bottom. Oh. Are you gonna excuse yourself?
Told ya. Look at all those snails the monster kidnapped.
Look,
It's Gary!
It's Gary.
King Gary.
So how do we save Gary without that monster snail seeing us?
Gary is the monster snail.
They grow up so fast, don't they?
These massive amounts of candy bars must have given him a sugar rush. We can't take him back home like this. We have to cut off his candy supply first.
Already on it, buddy.
We have to defeat Gary! Say it ain't so! I know we're a couple days away from Pisces season. Gary, stop! This isn't you, Gary! That birthday! Yes I am. I think I'm traveling for my birthday. I think me and my sister are gonna be in New York. I got frozen! I wanna go to Dave & Buster's. I love Dave & Buster's. Even though I used to work there and I got fired, but it's fine.
That should cover my buns.
Thank you. We gotta cut off his supply. Cut off his fix. You can't have any more candy, Gary. Yeah, my sister was like, I told her that I'm not gonna be home for her birthday, and then she was like, well, actually, I'm not gonna be home for your birthday either. So, and I was like, oh!
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
Yeah, Vegas, because TwitchCon. No, 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 no. Get off me! Gary, please stop. This isn't you, Gary. Oh, he's sad.
Gary's gonna bring that whole museum down. We have to get him out of here before we're all buried in the rubble. But Gary is still giant.
Don't worry. I'm sure he'll go back to normal once we get him home.
I sure hope you're right, Patrick.
I've never been wrong about anything yet. For once in my life, I think I might have been wrong.
We get the bad ending. Gary destroys Bikini Bottom. So Gary's just gonna be like that? Thank you, Talis Essie. I want to go to the UK, but maybe next year. I should have just bought in Vegas tickets for, well, I wouldn't have known what day. Oh, and he's big. Please, get off me. Where is Patrick's house?
Sometimes I feel like someone's controlling me.
Whoa. Lucky. Great. Now my whole rock is covered in snail slime. I just had it cleaned when I moved in, too.
I want to go there so bad. That was like one of my things I wanted to do this year. Oh!
I know it's a very challenging situation. But could you stop yammering? I'm trying to concentrate. That was sheer luck. Speaking of which, good news! I found that squiddy neighbor of yours. Just give me more jelly and your new cosmic costume will get you to him.
Oh! The way he's twerking.
Maybe I'll just stay here and nap under my rock.
Oh, sorry,
I sure
Patrick.
did.
Balloons and heavy rocks don't go well together. Besides, we have to save Squidward.
Fine. Well, Squidward owes me a nap when we find him.
Nah, I look like I'm from the Stone Age.
Yeah, like some idiot who lives under a rock.
So silly. Silly game, silly, so silly. You please.
Look, the pumpkins are smiling.
Oh yeah. What's so funny?
What's so funny?
Just call me SpongeBob Sporter Up.
We just turned the lights on. We ignore them.
I'm feeling better already.
Where's the next one? Oh, right here. I was just on it. Why do I need to get a... Okay.
Oh, I didn't think I was that scary. Yoink. Go!
Oh. 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 Oh.
Ooh, more jelly.
Hello? Oh, there's one on my back. I was like, there's none left. The mayonnaise.
Ouch. A little dab will do ya.
Ow. What is that? Huh?
Tell SpongeBob hi. Aw, hello, little sticky note.
Oh, it's the sticky notes. Got you.
I'm flying!
Wonder what happens when we get all the sticky notes. There's a carnival over there. Oh, that's Glove World. I want to go to Glove World. Let's see what this new world's about.
Hold tight, Squid.
Huh?
Manaka.
Sponge-Cigar.
Oh, wow. You guys ate that. Hello? We are in danger. The cave is falling. The music here is nice. Oh, wow. Those were sea bears.
Oh, no.
Squidward!
Squid, no, bye-bye.
Squidward, Banuga.
Porifera.
So silly. Amber, thank you for the follow. It's so good. Hey, Skinny God. Oh, I just got something. Boxing champion. You mean the new Raw Women's Champion, NemesisLacroix? What the?
Good job.
Marty, I'm scared. I know, I was thinking that. I'm like, why baby hands? What's happening? Yeah, I love the soundtrack. It's a really good soundtrack. The last level was a masterpiece.
Breakfast to bonga bonga?
Escape to bonga bonga.
I like the addition of the magma. It's cool. Literally, why does it have baby hands? Like, I want to know the design decision to do that. The sea bears! That's a nice touch, adding them to this level. Isn't it? It's so, I like how colorful it is. I like my platformers colorful, overly saturated. Do your move, please. There's Squidward. Oh no!
Save Squid, best friends.
Yes. Yeah, I have. I actually like that game a lot. It got a lot of shit when it came out. Oh wow. I love all of the new mechanics. How fun! Okay. I didn't know the lava rises. Sorry. Next time I'll be sure. What is that? Looks like the thing from Majora's Mask or whatever Zelda game that is. No, the one from Wind Waker especially. But there's another big fish that there's like a temple inside. In Zelda. Oh no, the jellyfish are bothering him. That's so sad. Alright guys, I am going to call it there for today's stream, but we will continue and finish this up next time I go live. So thank you for hanging. I am going to take tomorrow off and Saturday off. I will be back on Sunday, potentially, if not Monday and Tuesday, because we will be recording the podcast because there is a WWE pay-per-view. If you have not, you can stream my podcast now, Triple Fat, on Spotify. It's where we discuss women's wrestling. It's available on YouTube and also Spotify, and Patreon coming soon, but I'm still working out the kinks. So yeah, we're going to be recording that this weekend following the pay-per-view on Saturday. It's a pretty busy week for wrestling, so I'm going to take my time and be patient. Please be patient with me with all the wrestling content because it is a busy weekend for wrestling. But yeah, I'm going to end now. I'm not going to rate anybody. I'm just going to end stream just because I'm pretty tired doing 2 streams in a row. I did a stream yesterday and a stream today. So enjoy my YouTube VODs. Enjoy all the content I have uploaded on my YouTube, on my Spotify, and anywhere else you can stream my content. But I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm really enjoying this game and excited to finish it next time. But thanks for hanging. I'll be live. If you don't follow my content, I'm NemesisLacroix everywhere. Nemesis Network here on Twitch. Yup, the stuff is in the chat. I'll send it now. But thank you guys for hanging. I'll see you on the next one.